Check. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Welcome to day. What day is it? 52 of engine coding. Well, stream 52 really. Okie dokie. Alright, so what we were working on yesterday, we were working on staggers. Combat stagger as a status effect. Debatable whether it's a status effect or not, I'm not sure, really. But it's gone in the engine as a status effect for now. There we go, he gets staggered for a bit. That's when he's crouching down there. So, one of the things that I wanted to change well, hang on. Let's just test this stagger first because we didn't actually get a chance to fully test. There's two. So you could stagger until the end of the stagger until time's up. Or we can stagger until he gets hit again. In which case we want to make sure that the stagger animation routine behaves itself. Meaning that if he's already staggered and he gets hit again, I want to allow and he gets hit again into stagger. I want to allow that stagger to reset for now. It might not be actually how it works. In the actual game. We might want to take this idle out as well. Well, this leave will just make sure that if we ever leave the stagger routine, he stands up again. Okay. So, So this is just stagger till stagger is complete, I believe. He has to get hit with his tail. And then he can run away again. So I can't move. And then I can run away after a certain amount of time. We want to do stagger till stagger is complete if we're in the combat routine. Oh, the game keeps hanging because it's trying to figure out what to do and it's taking a long time. It took 2.6 seconds there, so I need to work on that. So look there, we've got a thing where the Spygin is moving without playing its animation there. Work on that after this. Okay, so it looks like it is going back. So we're doing an overwrite here, which is overwrite animation, override routine, which is what we wrote yesterday and didn't get a chance to fully test. So the idea behind this is if we're in combat, we want to make sure when we get staggered after the stagger, we go back to the combat routine rather than cancel the routine out to the default roaming routine. So this should allow us to go back to the combat routine. So it's basically calling overwrite animation routine with a combat routine. And we did some fiddly stuff here to make sure that we can't overwrite the animation routine from outside of the current routine. Or we shouldn't. I mean, you could if you passed the address of if you passed a routine in here that was the current routine. But this is just a bit of a reminder to me to make sure that we need the current routine. So we queue a routine. And then we reset the old routine, but we've still got a queued routine, and that's what we want the override routine to be set to eventually. So we enter, there is a queued routine. So we set it to the override routine, we reset the queued routine, and then we're going to enter the override routine. So what I want to do is change stagger to be quite a long time. So we'll say from 10 to 20 seconds, right? Which will mean he's going to stagger whilst he is in stagger. How do we test that then? So when we leave the stagger routine, basically, we're going to leave the stagger routine into another stagger routine. So we'll test it out of combat first, meaning my sword is not drawn. So he's staggering for a long time. So he's about to get re-staggered now. And he's currently in a stagger routine. So the override routine is currently staggered. And we're actually starting a new stagger routine there. We reset the queued one when we didn't even set it that time. And we enter the new stagger routine. So that should be fine. You can see him standing up to get hit. That's because he's entering. He's leaving it and standing up and entering a new one and getting hit and kneeling down again. Now, I'm not suggesting in the actual game we allow staggers if the character's already staggered. Because that, you know, in the real game, because that could lead to, now I just literally can't move now. I'm just constantly staggered. Which means he can hit me until I die. But I've got like 1,000,000 HP or whatever it is. Got 100,000 HP. Yeah, I've got about 1,000,000 HP, so I'm not going to die. But you know, in a real game, I wouldn't be able to move until I died. So now we want to see what happens if we're in combat. And that happens. So we're in combat, we're bringing the sword out. I'm just waiting for him to hit us with his spike. So when he's about to hit us again, so we're in combat at the moment. We're in stagger, but we came from combat. So we're overriding back to the combat routine now. So we queue it. We reset the stagger routine. And we're overriding back to the stagger routine. The queued routine, which was the combat, gets reset because actually we're going back to stagger. So I think this works really well now. Yeah, this is good. Okay. He needs to go back to the combat routine because that's how he swings his sword. In the combat animation routine. Alright. So let's put the stagger back to 1 to 2 seconds again. So the other thing I wanted to actually change was the actual effect of the stagger, which is not allowing the character to move. It's disabled when we enter the routine here. And it's enabled when we leave the routine, meaning that we stop the character moving, we allow the character to move. This is actually, should be in the status effect, because this is just animations. These routines are really should be about animation. It might mean a different thing to be staggered on a different creature, you know. A different NPC, like a different creature might want to stagger a different way. So we need to tie it into the actual status effect rather than the animation routine, which needs a bit of work. So we have in attribute controller the actual status effect of stagger, right? So what we need here is we need float stagger t, and this is the actual stagger length. So right now we are sending a random stagger length into the actual stagger routine, but this actually needs to be stagger t, like that, because we're going to calculate stagger t in the actual constructor of the stagger effect. So stagger t is just going to be duration.random, like that. And then we want an on enter on tick and on leave. This. And we're going to actually tick the stagger t down here. So on enter, right, we need to do this. We need to set the stagger t here. We could probably actually set it on enter. Stagger t equals duration.random. And then tick just needs to be stagger t equals bm not neg stagger t minus dt2. And on leave, well, we're going to say actually here, if stagger t is 0, instance.end effect, that must end the status effect. So on enter, this is where we need to actually do the disabling and enabling of the animation of the movement, which we do here. So that is basically not a thing anymore. So we've taken it out of the animation routine now. So on leave, so this is instance dot owner ID, so is who owns this status effect basically. So we're enabling the movement controller there, and we disable it here. And then we don't actually do this in the animation routine itself anymore. Now this is just purely about the animations. Okay, so let's just see if that builds. So now basically what we're saying is a stagger effect, status effect itself controls when we disable and enable the movement of the player. It's not actually done. It's not actually tied to the animation at all. The animation can do whatever it wants. Okay, so we need an owner ID for this to work. If instance.ownerID, and then we can just get it out there like that, and there as well. Should always be an owner ID of a status effect, I would say. Should always be on something. Awesome. So we'll let that build and we'll just test. So basically it should be the same. You know, the result of they should be identical in the gameplay. We're just doing this in a different place to set in the animation, basically. Okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, it works. It delayed my movement, then I was allowed to move again. Works in both combat and normal mode. Okay, that's good. So we'll just save that. We'll work on a different routine now. So what happens if we don't get staggered? What is the thing that happens? So we're going to say there's a no % chance that stagger can happen now, which means it never's going to fire. It's never going to fire. We need to basically the character to get hit, play a hit animation, and be able to move away. So it doesn't do anything at the moment. Right. So, animation routines. What are we going to do then? We kind of basically want to copy the roaming routine, but change a few bits about it, I think. So we'll copy the roaming routine. This really needs to be private. We'll do it above the stagger routine, and we're going to call this hero pro hit routine. So this is what happens when he gets hit. So we're just going to do an exact copy of the roaming routine, because it was the roaming routine is his like default routine. So we'll start off with the default. And then we'll change it up. So this is on tick. On enter, he just sets his skin there. So we don't need to worry about setting his skin. It's already been set. So that's his hit routine. It's identical to his roaming routine now. But we'll change it and we'll make him react to getting hit in an animation way. But first, we need to actually trigger this routine to start ticking. That probably happens in the rig. Here, I would say. So we might get a custom event for being hit. Let's just see. And then we can just play the hit animation override routine. Yeah. So the event was a custom event. And the event data is a combat attack. So we can say else if auto data is equal to controller dot try get custom event data g event combat attack. That what does a combat attack have it? So the dest entity ID is us, is the person being attacked. So if data dest entity ID is equal, do it the same way around. Yeah, is equal to the controller.getID. So that's like we are the ones being attacked. You know, this controller, animation controller, is the thing being attacked. And that's basically it. So we want to do controller.play animation override routine hero combo the hero pro hit routine. So here is where we could pass in, because we have another piece of information here. We have the name of the attachment that gets hit. So it's not doesn't just get hit. The system calculates where on the animated rig it gets hit. So we could play custom animations depending on where we're hit. So we might actually pass in the attachment name. And we'll save that out as a string here. So we're going to pass in now the actual data attachment name. I'm not going to use that yet, but that will be in the future. We are probably going to have custom animations depending on where you're attacked or where you're hit. What's the problem here? This is a normal string view. Rather than a wide one. I wonder if you should convert it to a wide one, because literally everything else. This is kind of a weak reference into the animation system. So it needs to be well, we could just do the copy. That'd be fine. We'll do the convert here. But we could in the future convert it actually on the combat attack. Problem with this is don't have this to hold memory really. Let's do that. Okay, so now we should get an on enter. So we'll put a debug break there. loud without the brackets on. Wants the brackets. Alright, cool. So we should get a break there, which will mean that we are entering this routine and we're about to be ticked once we're hit. So this is on any hit. It's not letting me. Oh no, it's because it hasn't finished building yet. Alright, let's run this. So we should basically get a breakpoint fire on enter when we get attacked. There we go. Then we're going to start ticking this now. Okay, so what I think we want to do here is we want to play we're just going to go rig dot set animation track 0 to the hit routine. Don't want to loop it, we'll just play it once. There we go. He's still getting hit now, which is good. He's not getting staggered, he's just getting hit. So, if I move away at the hit, exactly when he gets his hit, it's hard to do it, but the hit animation gets cancelled in favour of the walk animation. And that's what I want to avoid. So the first thing I want to do is I'm just going to play it on a second track, just to see if we can blend the hit and walk together. So even if I walk away at the same time as being hit, he still looks like he's getting hit. Okay. So that's screwed up something there. What's going on there then? He's not able to play. We're back in the normal roaming routine now. He's not able to play his walk animation. Interesting. So I would have thought once that animation on the track 0 is finished, it cancels the track in general. But it looks like it still tries to keep the keyframe like blending between the two tracks. See there, I ran away at exactly the same time he got hit, and he didn't do a hit. He didn't do like a hit animation there. Right, so what's going on there then? wonder if this is immediately ending it. Yeah. Okay. Let's just return. Change that to once. So you should be combining the hit with the idle, basically. That's what should be happening. So now we should still be using this, because we haven't actually ended this routine yet. So it seems like he can't walk and be hit at the same time. Or I'm not understanding animation tracks properly. Let's have a look at spine, because you can assign tracks in spine as well. See how it looks in spine. So if I can remember to do this, track 0 we play walk, and then track 1 we play hit. Okay, so it looks like we need to set the alpha between them. Set it to like 50%. We can do this. Rig.set animation track alpha 1 to a half. See what that looks like. Attack me. Okay, so now it's on a half because he's not he's not walking properly. What's weird is it keeps the track alive. So we have to clear the animation track at the end of the animation. Try that. We'll try clearing the animation attack at the end of the track at the end of the animation. So this is the hit handle. And then we're just going to go hit handle is that. And then we're going to listen for an event. So we're going to go if e.type, if the event type is equal to loop end, or e.type is equal to interrupt. I'm going to say if e.handle is equal to the hit handle, so it's the hit, so it's this animation, this hit animation here, which is ending. We're just going to go rig clear animation track 0, and I wonder if I have to do set animation track alpha. No, we're going to clear track 1, sorry, 2 1 again. Let's try that. Alright, so we're going to get hit by him. That seemed like it worked. So if we move at the same time as you get hit, it does look weird, doesn't he? Did seem to work though. And we can just return whether we have a hit handle or not. Hit handle is not 0. The hit handle 0. It means we need to actually say hit handle equals 0. So once the hit handle turns to 0, this needs to return false, true, I think. Not false, I think. To end the actual routine. So this needs to keep going as long as there's a hit handle. So he's definitely doing a blend there, it just looks pretty rubbish. So we enter it and then we come here and we set to idle. I actually don't think we need to do that here. Because the idle really is the hit. It's setting the walk animation. Oh yeah, so we need to make sure that there is a velocity squared. So I think that kind of looked a bit better. So if we... I think he's getting hit. Even though we're running away. I'm not sure. Hard to tell, really. Yeah, he is. That's crazy that we need to actually clear that animation track. It just stays alive. You would think that once the animation is completed, it would clear itself if there's nothing queued. So look, now the run looks really weird because he's got something on his second animation track. Even though he's got no animation on it, it's just blending with the like the T-pose essentially. Okay, so let's just have a quick look. Documentation. Animation state, set animation. So it sets animation by name. Sets the current animation for a track, discarding any queued animations. It doesn't actually say that it clears it at the end. Track. If false. It says here, if false, it will not. So if true, the animation will repeat. If false, it was not. Instead, its last frame is applied. If played beyond its duration. In either case, track entry. Track end will determine when the track is cleared. Set track end. It seems to think it's cleared. That doesn't seem to be what's going on though. It seems to be mixing with seems to be mixing with the other track even after the animation is finished. Let's not set the alpha for a sec. Because it's maybe the actual alpha that needs to be reset. the alpha there. It's just literally it's literally just blended. It's just playing track 1. Doesn't seem to be clearing it. Okay, so let's find this rig. It's this rig, right? Right then, there's so many updates. You've got the 4 updates. Okay. Well, for a start, this should be DT2. This should be DT2. Oh, I'm just going to try and build it now. Stop building. Start again. DT2 is undefined. It's in game state, that's why. Where are we now? We're in the engine. So DT2 needs to be where DT is, really. Okay, so that needs to be at game is paused. And this needs to be in the app, I think, is where DT is. Yeah. And then game state, it isn't DT2 there. Right then. Let's try and build that and see if that works. That can be built now. That's good. Yeah, so we just basically want to go through this rig tick. Just follow it and see if it's blending it. I mean, it shouldn't be. We're playing track 1 just once. Not looping it. It should finish. And then clear, surely. And that's how I would have written it. It looks like it's finishing and not clearing, so then when we go to play any more animations on a lower track, it's blending it with the upper track. Strange. You know, we can work around it by just clearing animations ourselves, clearing the track ourselves, but it'd be nice not to have to keep doing that. Alright, so if we get hit, we're now in a situation where not walking properly. I need to get him calm, Spideying down. So we need to, when we're ticking the hero, which is this call here, right? Tracks, got 2 tracks. So this, it hasn't cleared the tracks. No, next, it says next is null here on the current track. But then we get the next track out. So where do we clear the track if there's no next entry? So we want, do we just want to set it to null? Set these, just set it to null. How do they remove vector? Add all, clear and add all, remove at. It's probably a remove at. It's not remove at. So where does it remove the tracks? It looks like it's just possibly setting it to null and then testing if it's null all the time. So basically this track never gets set to null. Now the clear track just sets it to null. So I'm going to put some breakpoints where we're setting to null. All right. Start that again. Look, it's never clearing that track. Basically. If current track last is greater than track end and mixing from is null, so who's calling clear tracks? Clear track. It's calling clear tracks And then when we specifically key a track, who's calling clear tracks? No one apart from us. So it's literally this. This is the only place where the track gets nulled, and it never happens. So track current.end. Track end time is reached. This never gets called, basically, looks like. Invossi, hey, how's it going? Is track entry a friend class of animation state? So this is not my code. I'm just trying to figure out. This is spine code. So it is, yeah. Yeah, it is. So I have this thing going on where are we? I am setting an animation. Where is it? The hit routine. Stagger. So I am setting an animation on track 1 just to play once. And then I'm playing stuff underneath on track 0 at the same time, but it's not clearing this track when the animation finishes. Yeah. This isn't my code, so I aren't doing that. This is what they do. Wherever I was. Yeah, this isn't my code. Someone else's code. This is Spine's, like the library that comes with Spine, the animation software, to hook into C++. So what's happening is I'm playing an animation on track 1, and then on track 0 I'm playing like walk. And even though animations on track 1 has finished, it's not clearing the track, meaning that it's blending the walk animation with essentially the T-pose, I suppose. Like I can just manually clear the track, but I would have thought it would clear it up itself, but it doesn't ever seem to be calling. This is, I think, where it clears it up. Yeah. I don't exactly know what this means. Track last is greater than the end. So if you've reduced the end and you're not mixing from anything, so it's still got 2 tracks on it, even though the second track, which is this one, seems to have finished. Like track time seems to be over the animation end. I really don't want to start writing code in here. So that's true. Mixing from is null. So track last is greater than track end. So track end is set to the maximum float for some reason. Which means you assume that means I'm setting it to be looped. Maybe that's what that means. Where are we? So I'm not setting it to be looped. So when I get hit, you see, okay, so we're just about to be hit, right? So I'm going to set the hit animation, and that calls into this library with set animation. It says new track entry, and it says obtain whatever that is. Objects.size is 2. So this is going to a reference. Let's take a point to, or a pointer to point to the last one. So objects.size, where did that get inflated? Objects remove at. Man, this is mental. So this must be like a free list. Is this a free list? It's a pool. Yeah, so it's like a list of free things, like a list of things we can send out. Okay, and then it needs to add this. So this is where we're setting. So it says loop, max value, else the animation duration. Now we're not looping. Loop is false. Must want to update this somewhere else. There we go. Mixed duration. Well, we'll ignore that. Pool interrupt current. I think this is just to do with the event system, so. All right. Set empty animation. Add empty animation. Well, in terms of integrating with the Spine software, so like this, the problem is if I start making my own thing to integrate with this, as they update this, they change stuff, which would mean I won't be able to. I'd have to stop getting the updated versions, or I'd have to actually implement all the updates myself. And this is a pretty complicated tool. This has a lot of stuff in it, so I think it would be maybe a bad idea to start doing my own. At least a bit that integrates with this. I've tried to build on top of this, you know what I mean? Rather than write one. So I do have like an animation manager, but it doesn't actually do anything like any of the vertex blending or anything. It just like set animation, mix animation. It just calls into this. You know, like I can actually, the way to get around this problem I've already implemented. It's just basically to listen and then clear the track myself. But I'm just trying to figure out why it doesn't do it itself. You know, that would seem a weird thing to do. So I've written a wrapper around it, yeah. The Spine library is, it integrates, so it takes the exported Spine data and does it all the stuff that you want to do, that you can do in the actual Spine tool itself, but you can do it via code in your game. So I've wrapped that essentially. But you know, the actual library's open source, so I'm just figuring out why it doesn't clear it. You know, Why-Ints87, hey, thanks for the follow. If you've got any questions, just ask, no problem. Yeah, like, it seems that like track end will always be FLT max. So he's written it there like, this is someone else's comment. Loop, max value, else the animation duration. Doesn't actually ever set it to the animation duration anywhere, as far as I can see. Unless it calls set track end somewhere. No. So I don't really know, like I don't really want to edit this code. So I might change the library out later for a more modern version, you know, when you update the Spine tool. Don't want to have to start changing all the edits. Right, all we're going to do is we're going to assume that this is bugged, but not fix it. We'll just work around it, which is straightforward, you know. We just have to clear the track like that. Don't really know. Yeah, I think I'll just do that. Sets it to mixed duration. It does, so where were we? Oh, hang on a second. I've lost where we were now. what's it called? Track end. Here, yeah. These are calls into the library though. Spine itself never calls these. I don't think. There. This is adding empty animations. So they're just like the definition and the implementation. Set empty animations. It does it here from set empty animations. But then that is never called by Spine. So it does set it to mixturation if I was to call into the library, but the library never sets itself. It calls them set mixturation itself, sets it to the mixturation itself. The problem it seems to be having is it's not beyond the realms of possibility that there are problems with this library, because there are problems with it. Yeah, exactly, that's it, yeah. FLT max, I presume, is meant to be set when you set looped to true. Sorry, the end is meant to be set to FLT max when you set the loop to be true. When you say you need to want to loop the animation over and over again. But I'm not doing that. What we could do, a little bit more investigation, is look for another one. Well, yeah, no. Well, I don't know where the tick is. There we go. Here, isn't it? So that's FLT max, basically. This is the only place in the code that sets tracks to null. So this is the only thing that zeroes out the array. If track last was FLT max, yeah. This seems to stop when the animation ends. Yeah. So if I was to set track last to FLT max, it would run. This code would run, yeah. Let's see if anyone else is setting it to FLT max. Setting it to -1. That's not it. Like if I put a breakpoint there, it's never ever hit whenever I'm doing any kind of animation. setting looped, setting not looped, anything. So do all these animations. It's never setting it. I'm not sure. Yeah, I know. There's a bunch of problems with the library. There's a bunch of like weird. Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't call it really a professional grade library, really. At least in design. Okay. We'll just go with that. That's fine. This gives us the result we want anyway. We'll just manually clear the track. The thing is about doing that is that this might not get called if I stomp over the routine with another routine, which means it has to actually happen on leave as well. So we need to do this on leave. This will always get called even if it gets stomped over. This will only get called if the hero hit routine is alive. So if it gets stomped over, this will just stop receiving events. Yeah. They might not have empty as well. You see, the thing is, if one of the problems with the library is they've implemented their own vector, which is fine, but they've not implemented it in a way which is interoperable with like shorthand 4 or standard vector. They haven't included any NatVis for their own containers, which you should really do. Like, you should definitely do that. Which means that I can't look at it in the debugger, you know, other than the actual pointers. I can look at the pointers. Can't look at the actual. It doesn't give a nice display of the actual what a vector is and all that stuff. You know, they've implemented their own string. If you're writing a library, a lib file or a DLL file that's going to be integrated into other code bases, you really need to do all that stuff. You have to do that stuff. If it's your own personal project, you don't. But this is designed to be used. Yeah, the 4 const auto vowels. Yeah, shorthand 4. Yeah. X in X's. But the thing is, like, if you implement the stuff for shorthand 4, you can start using it on everything else. So, you know, like standard ranges, as long as you've implemented the actual bare bones of shorthand 4, you can start using their vector on everything. But they haven't done that. And you could go in and do it. But then if you ever want to upgrade the library, so say like Spine releases a new version and it's got new features, so you need to upgrade the library, all that stuff you've written, you have to rewrite. So I don't really want to touch their code because of that, basically. Yeah, they do some big no-nos as well, like what's the big one? Can't remember where it is. But they basically return you a pointer and then there's no way to free it. Which is a big no-no, I would say. They don't free it, but there's nowhere for me to free it. So you basically got to leak it, essentially. Yeah, they return a lot of raw pointers, unfortunately. But there was one when I was building this system out where there was no way to free it. You know. Or not a nice way to free it, anyway. Probably did end up working out how to free it. Can't call delete on it. So I could call delete, but it has that pointer in all of its systems. Do you know what I mean? So if I call delete, it would crash. It's got references to that pointer in all of its systems as well. It's because the person who wrote the library was like, oh, they'll only ever need to make one of these and keep it for the entire length of the game. But the problem is when you're making a game, you have an engine that... You have an editor that constantly launches and closes the game all the time. So you need to be able to have instances of the game, you know. So I need to clear up everything. So when I like relaunch the game from the editor, my program doesn't stop. It just clears up the game and then starts a new instance of it, you know. Yeah. That's one of the good things about them, definitely. You know, it's not a difficult thing for them to solve. Just have me allocate the pointer and pass it to them. And then, you know, all I have to do then is just say, right, clear up this pointer, and then they can clear it up on their end and I'll clear it up on my end. Like that, what DirectX does, you know. It has like, what's it called? The unknown one, or whatever it's called. So you have a pointer, ID3D, whatever it is, and then you pass it to them, don't you? Like device, do something. Like that. And then you just do pointer release. And then that signals to anything else in DirectX that it's released. Or whatever. Yeah, com pointer, yeah. Yeah, I have DX12 pointer, which is kind of similar. It's a pointer that's not reference. I don't reference count them, but I like scope release them and detach them and all that stuff. All right, yeah, interesting. Didn't know that. Okay. So this is the hit routine. We're just going to put this somewhere else. Not down with the Spidey and stuff. We did it before the... we declared it before the stagger, so I'll put it here. Okay, so on leave also needs to do this thing where it's testing if it's in combat or not, like stagger does. Where is stagger? There we go. So we'll basically just copy the leave for the stagger routine. Okay. Scope release. Yeah. Well, I mean, with the actual pointer, the DirectX pointer. So that basically, so when it goes out of scope, it calls release. Just calls release on the pointer. I do have scope release as a thing, or scope free or something. Scope exit it's called. Is it called scope exit? On scope exit. You can see how rarely I use it. And you can put some code in there to run at the end. And that's just a lambda, that, I think. It just calls, it runs the actual code. So it passes it into a lambda, and then the lambda's just called at the end. But I kind of don't use that, to be honest. Very much. Do it sometimes. Defer. Yeah. Yeah, I like a defer, yeah. That's right. I don't really know where I would use it, where I actually do use it. Do use it in a bit. Push clear render target on scope exit, pop render target. Freeing stuff. So you can put it right next to the allocate, I suppose. And then it's the together, so you know that you're freeing it. You can just see that you actually are freeing it. State begin, state end. Swap mouse buttons back. You definitely want to do that. What's interesting, so this is the actual main of the engine. It's possible to swap the mouse buttons in the config, so some people might want to have the mouse on the other side of the other side of their computer. You can like do that globally, or you could actually do it in the game. If you do it in the game and you forget to call this, it swaps it for the entire system. So even if I shut down the game, the mouse buttons stay swapped, which is mental. Prefer it for readability. Yeah, I mean, it's nice in terms of you can just see that I am freeing it. Oh yeah, this is going to get freed. Whereas if you put it down here somewhere, and remember this code lives on, so this could all get changed loads of times. And it's very easy to delete it accidentally or put it in the wrong place, or whereas if you just have it next to it, it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of like it. like that one where I'm doing it. Don't really need to do that, I suppose. This is not going to change really. This is just basically, apart from this where I've said handle this. So they could potentially be destructed before the end of the scope has hit. So if I was to call this again down here, then so if I was to do like on scope exit and then do FT done face here, it'd crash probably. But yeah, to make sure that you don't recall the deleter. It depends what happens. If this you know, takes junk. This is not my code again, so I don't know what happens if this takes junk. Probably crash. Like this will definitely be called on the end of scope. So it's never going to get called before that. So if I was to do like this, the pointer would get freed right there, and then all this would end up probably crashing. Yeah. How does a macro work? So it calls scope exit and it creates just a unique name for it, and then you pass in the callback to a constructor here, and then this copies the callback into a lambda. So a lambda in my engine is standard function, but it's on the stack. So it's not a dynamic allocation. And then when scope exit goes out of scope, it calls the callback. That's how it works. Clever. Yeah. So this is like, what's it called? It loses its type, so you can pass anything to this. So this is a stack allocated standard function. So you can only pass in 16 bytes. So this makes sure that you're not copying too much data, you know, because obviously if there was on scope exit and there was a bunch of stuff in the scope bit of previous, it would copy like tons of stuff. But I deliberately keep so I do it on the stack with 16 bytes to make sure at maximum you're copying 16 bytes or it's a compiler error. Yeah. So it makes sure that the scope exits don't copy too much stuff. Yeah. Yeah. It's really just to say, like, it means you can just put the delete next to the new in code, so you can just see, oh yeah, I am going to delete this. Yeah, that's basically what it's for. I have a lot of scopey stuff. Scope timer. So this will just time this function to the end of the scope, and it works exactly the same way as the callback one. It's a little bit more difficult to read really, but it creates a scope timer with a unique name and passes null pointer in this case, or if you pass a message, it'll pass a message. And then it'll just run some code at the end of scope, which prints out to the console how long it took. And then scope timer itself has a begin, and then when it goes out of scope, it calls that, and it just starts a timer and ends a timer, and then calls the on result, which would be the print. So basically, if I want to time like how long it takes for Hero Pro hit routine to run, I'll put that there, and then I'll start getting printouts here whenever it gets hit of how long that function takes to run. So we're going to get hit. There we go. Doesn't take any time at all. It takes like 5 ticks, 5 CPU ticks to run that function. Which seems very, very... Well, it is not doing anything, actually. So yeah, 5 CPU ticks seems about right. Doing like a couple of ifs, because none of these get hit. I could do it on here. Because that's actually setting animation tracks and stuff. Yeah, start time in the constructor and end time in the destructor. End time and then do the print onto the console. It's a very nice way to just see if you think something's taking too long. So that's taking actually like 288 ticks, or about 0.02 milliseconds to actually set the well, to leave the actual animation routine. And then I have scope. What's it called? I have a lock as well. Scope lock. Scoped lock. I have a lock somewhere. Just look in the heap. Scope lock. So that just locks to the end of the scope, like the thread. Scope file handle. So that will close the file at the end of the scope. So where do I use this? Take a open read file, pass in the file name, and then it'll just close the file at the end of the scope, so you don't have to remember to close it. Stopwatch, yeah. Yeah, mine's a stopwatch, I suppose. Similar. So you can call lap on it. Well, not on the time. Well, you might be able to. I have a timer. You can call lap like a stopwatch. What does scope lock use? It uses a spin lock. Spin lock. Which is just an implementation of a spin lock. Which does interlock compare exchange and interlock decrements to like spin lock, you know. So you do like, you acquire the spin lock and then you release the spin lock. And you just make sure that no threads can, if multiple threads hit the spin lock at the same time, it just lets one through and the rest spin until it's finished. So I don't have any really sophisticated locking mechanism or anything other than a spin lock. But I'm never like locking code for a long time, like locking threads or anything. if I wanted to shut down a thread for a bit, I have a Signal API. Can't remember where it is. All this stuff is like very deep down, so I don't really know where it all is. The LST uses signals. So we've got these signals. Create signal, delete signal, reset signal, wait signal, and they're built on the Windows Events API. So if I wanted to shut down a thread, so I could like create a signal and just wait, and that shuts down a thread rather than spins on a thread. So you could do that if you wanted to wait for a long time. Define my own types. You mean like yeah, I use create. I think I use create thread. But I could just change it to standard thread if I ever wanted to. So you mean like U32? They are just aliases of the standard versions, I think. So it's the same. It's literally the same, it's just called something else. But yeah, so I am using the standard types. If that's what you mean by types, yeah. Oh, WinAPI interrupts instead of the SDL ones. Yeah. I have a Windows layer called Win32 Common, which has a bunch of Windows stuff in. So if you wanted a Mac version, you could either write the standard one or write a Mac one. This layer is very old, you know, so this came from probably when I was learning about Windows stuff. And I just brought it over. And then if I ever wanted to go multi-platform, yeah, I'd either write one for that platform or write one that uses the standard one. But then keep my own names, which means, because it means that like I'm only using platform dependent code, and like this is the only place you would ever see, well, not close handle because that's a generic, but create event maybe. You would only see it here unless you were in a Windows specific library like a DirectX library. And then, you know, if I wanted to change to standard, I'd write a standard one. But yeah, this library came from when I was learning about Windows programming. So this is very old, this is like maybe 15 years old or something. For the most part. Force to DirectX. So it's got, the render is split into two parts. There's like the front part, which is API independent, doesn't matter what you're using. And then there's the back end, which is DirectX 12. So if you wanted to make it work with Vulkan, you'd rewrite the back end in Vulkan. So it's like 5,000 lines of code or something. So you'd rewrite that bit. Or metal or anything, and then you would just pick which one you wanted to use. Windows for now. Yeah, it's Windows for now, yeah. And then it's Windows for now, but all the Windows stuff there's only like 1,000 lines of code that's Windows stuff. So it would only take a couple of days to move it to Mac. Or Linux or whatever. You just have to rewrite this. And a lot of it's kind of So this is in here because it's a Windows intrinsic, you know. So some of it's not even Windows. Like the intrinsic is, but SignF obviously isn't. The rest of it, you know, it's mainly files, I think, really. File handling. It's a bunch of file stuff. Working directory stuff. More file handling. CPU core count stuff. Timers. You know, RDTSC. The signal. Critical sections. Threads. Semaphores. All the intrinsics. The intrinsics for, you know, locks, multi-threading stuff. Allocation. So there's no malloc or free in the engine. It's all done through here. Ultimately, through pages. Some more intrinsic stuff. The Windows specific safe copies. Concatenations. Not that much. There's not really that much in there. Yeah, I mean, there's no problem, I think, using the standard. As long as every platform implements a standard template library, you're gonna be fine. File system watcher. Yeah. You have to remember, I wrote this to learn about Windows, so that's why it's there. If I had a real company making libraries for people, you'd probably use STL. I have a file system watcher as well. How do I do it? How does that work? Directory listener. I have a directory listener. So you make one, a directory listener, and the directory, if you're listening for files or directories or everything, and then if it's files, I presume you put in the actual extensions you're listening for, PSD or .tile, and then every frame you just say like get changes, and you get a string of file names. I get an array of strings. I get an array of file names. That's basically it. And this actually hooks into Windows, yeah. So this calls... what does this call? Get at platform read directory changes. So I have another... So the main, which is obviously Windows only because it's the main function, also has Windows stuff in it. So it's got like the WM mouse leave context menus and all that, and that has the watcher in it. Read directory changes. So that's this bit here. Filter like that instead. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so yeah, pass it in as a filter. Yeah, I think it's a similar thing. Couldn't tell you when it filters it. Here it looks like. Yeah, so if it's just saying has extension, it goes through all of the extension filters. And if the path doesn't have the extension, it includes it. Otherwise, it builds up a result array. Yeah, similar approach, I think. Okay. But yeah, in the code, you don't ever, in the day-to-day code, you don't ever worry about the operating system. It's all kind of just hidden. File reader, file writer, file folder reader, folder. Yeah. Alright, yeah, cool. Yeah. It's nice. My file system thing's really kind of basic. I have directory. Well, how does it work? Can't remember. If you go to the compile, the asset compiler, that loads in assets from the disk. To have a recursive file iterator into array. So you pass in the path, and it gives an array. So this is the wrong way around. I would probably these days put this the other way around. But so this is the path that you want to look at, and then it will just put all of the files in that path and recursively in all of the other folders into an array. And that uses something called a path iterator base. Which calls a init. So this is very like standard file system, I believe. Where you're like going through a loop doing it. Not particularly here. But it can work like that. I mostly just call into array everywhere. Here it is working on the assets directory. So it's just a loop, and it just gives you it just pulls files out one at a time. How do you go about reading a file without an extension? Well, I don't think I do. I don't think I do stuff like that. You'd have to just check every file in the directory by name and return a list of files that it thinks it could be, probably. When I say recursive file iterator, I mean you pass in the directory and it gets all the files out of that directory, yeah. Yeah, it just pulls one file out at a time. So I think this is how standard file system works as well. So you do it in a loop like that, and then it'll just get every single one until it's finished. And then I just check by extension and just pick out the ones that I want. Pass a processor. All right, nice one. Cool. Based off the file extension. Yeah, nice one. Don't do much or any. I don't think I do any JSON in this engine. I have like a custom file format. For text, so These are all like the editor files. So this is like my custom format for text. So it's not JSON. It's not as really as readable as JSON, I would say. It's more Python-y, I suppose. It looks a bit like Python. So this is a brain file. So this is actually the combat. This is what's driving the combat. In the editor, not in the game, just in the editor. So if I was to load this file up in the editor, combat, it's this. Which is the combat tree. So this is what the Spiding's using for its combat. Yeah, cool, yeah. Yeah, so to pass all that stuff out of the file, there is a system for that. You don't really ever use it. All you do is to actually save something into that file. So if I go to the brain editor, so say I wanted to save like the root brain node into that file. There's unwrite text, and you just like make an entry, and then root. It knows how to actually write root, which is behavior root. Because you implement these little things, these reflects, and they're not just used in the file saving stuff, they're used all over the place, but you can use this reflect to actually write entries into that file. So you just write these day to day, and then the file system that's working in the background can use these if it ever wants to save to a file, or it does it for all sorts of stuff. Like the latest thing I used it for was to copy and paste. So I can like copy little bits of trees. So I can right click and create copy subtree, and then I can paste a subtree, and that's using that same system. To do that. But yeah, one of the uses of that, of these little function, these little classes here, is for saving to files. Grab the lines manually. Yeah. Yeah, like the actual system behind reading, passing out the file into these objects is complicated, I would say. But seems to be bug free. I've been using it for a long time now. I don't have to touch it, you know. It's just written and it just works in the background, and I don't have to touch it, so it's nice. Alright, so if I get hit now without a stagger, I'm still going. So he's not really getting hit, to be honest. Doesn't look like it. Where am I? Let me just swap these round. Gonna have to make another cup of coffee in a minute. So once we've done this, we need to kill the Spidian. So he's really getting smacked there. It's really hard to see. Maybe I just stagger him for a tiny little bit. You know. I think we'll just leave it. It's fine. We'll work on it. I don't want to get too fine-tuney. Don't want to fine-tune it really because we're just prototyping at the moment. Right, I'm going to make a cup of coffee and then we're going to work on death for the Spidean finally. Let's have a quick look at the notes because can I check anything off my list yet? So we've done player hostile. NPC reaction, it's the last one to do. Alright, I'll be back in 2 minutes time. Right, so we've got the last thing. This is the last thing in this combat prototype to do, which is the NPC reaction, which includes status effects on the NPC, so the Spidean. Spidean needs to be hit properly, and the death of the Spidean. Okay. So right now, if I attack the Spidean, he doesn't do anything. In fact, he doesn't even play his animations. And another bug is, if I kill him, it's game over. which is a terrible bug. You don't be game over when you kill the enemy. Recursion. Do I struggle with recursion? No, I'm okay with it. I try and avoid it though. But yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm alright. I've been more of a fan of so if you look at the animation, not the animation, the behavior tree stuff. We start ticking instances of behaviors. This is recursive, right? Because it's, where are we? This is recursive because it's going down a tree. But what I've actually been doing is using a goto instead. So instead of going back into tick, I've been going to the top over and over again. So I've been like setting all the state, going to the top, setting all the state, going to the top. And that is much faster than doing recursion, it seems, when you want to tick trees. So any of these go to top of tick is a recursive call. No, you're not limited by stack either, yeah. Which is nice. But yeah, I'm okay with recursion. It is a more like head warpy thing for sure. So I will try and not do it. Most devs hate it. Most devs are taught that it's bad and they've never used it, so they don't actually have a valid opinion, I think. It's very easy to misuse it, that is true. But it does have its uses, that's why it's still in the language. You know, if you go to university, they'll be like, go to, terrible. You're going to get an F for that. But then I'll be like, yeah, but my program's like 100 times faster. And it's not spaghettified because they're only going to the top. It's less spaghettified than recalling the recursion, I would say. It's very easy to misuse. You know, you don't want to be going everywhere. For sure. Loops go to under the hood. Yeah, they are. Yeah, loops are, yeah. Yeah, like if you look at the disassembly of a loop, it's just, do you want to exit? No, then go back up here. Yeah, they're just jumps. Like really in the assembly, there's no concept of for or loops really, other than jumps. Just jump to this instruction. Conditional jumps and stuff. Alright, so let's tackle the fact that he's not getting hit. The enemy is not getting hit. He is getting hit, he's just not reacting to it. Right. So we need a Spideian Pro. No, just a Spideian hit routine, and we'll just... It is probably very similar, you know, to the Hero one. So this is the Spideian hit routine. do use go-to a fair bit, actually. Oh, not that much. There are a fair few go-tos, actually, but not by me. In fact, not really at all. There. There and in here. Alright, the hit routine. So if we're just going to copy out the, we'll just create a new window, and we'll just copy over the hero hit routine into the Spidean one. So what do we need? The constructor. On animation event, it is the same, isn't it? Really. On enter. On tick. On leave. It's only leave that is different, because this just goes to the Spidean combat routine. I'm going to work on the UI stuff now. Tweaking the 3D. Nice one. Yeah, good luck. Okay. So what's the problem with this? So we're saying is if is the playable character. You know, this could be a bit different actually, because we don't know if the Spidean's in combat or not. If he's being hit by the playable character, he's in combat. If he's just being hit by something else, he might not be in combat. So we need to sort that out. Oops. We'll just see what that kind of looks like, I suppose. So we actually need, well, go to the animated rig type. So we need to actually start this. It's essentially going to be the same for on animation event. For the Spidean rig. This is, we don't have a stagger routine for him yet. We do have the hit routine. Spidean hit routine. So hopefully now he can react to being hit. You know, we might want to generalize this further and just describe what the hit routine is somehow for that creature, and then have this happen on the animation controller rather than on the rig. Could do that. Because this is going to be literally the same probably for every single type of rig, apart from the name of the routine. Okay. We might have a go at that. We essentially have to make a list. We have to just say what the hit routine was. So we'd have to like have a list here of the hit routines. Like this, like the animation routines, and we'd have to put a type at the top which says what type of rig it is. We'll get there though. Concentrate on this first. I've just got to build. One bug in Visual Studio that's been around for ages is these don't clear if they come from a hot load, which is super annoying. Like they never clear until you do another hot load, or you restart Visual Studio, which I probably will have to do. Okay, so we should, if this has worked, it should react to being smacked. There we go. You can see him like, So he can't come back to being in combat either. So now, what is he doing now? He's stuck somewhere. Just hit him once. Ooh, what happened there? We had an execute event that was crashed. So, empty game. Are we clearing the game instance events doing this? Get game events. Get game instance events. Empty. So is anyone else? Where else are we doing that? Just on shutting down. I actually also want to do that on empty game. Not just shutting down the game. That should solve that, hopefully. Should actually probably put it up here somewhere. I think that crash happened because we reloaded a save and it didn't empty the instance events, which meant an event was fired on stale data. I think that's what happened. Attack for some reason. Okay, so what's going on there? Stuck in attacking again. So we didn't clear the combat state. For some reason, I thought we'd put in a call to do that. Clear combat attack state of the destination. Okay, that's a difficult bug to track down. So this guy also is not, doesn't want to attack me anymore. Because he's also stuck on attacking. So this combat controller is Spideying. So let's break when that value changes. Just going back to warming up. Attacking and attack. Cooling down. Finished. None. Oh, that's so weird. No, I can't. I can attack. Is it because he's... Oh, I can't attack. So let's get attacked again. Oh, I can attack. So sometimes he's getting stuck. Going back and get attacked again, he can attack. Actually need to make a save with a bunch of HP. Hang on. Okay, that's about. We've got to figure that out then. So why is he's remaining on attacking? So we need to print out the attack levels. So you can do a log line. Well, no, we'll do get game HUD. Well, we'll do if auto MC get game state get movement controller for the ID, and then we want to do get game HUD. Get in game. What is it? Get game HUD. Draw label in world MC get position, and then we want to do helpers. Format TW string. I think we just want attack state, attack level. Well, just attack state's probably fine. And we could probably do that for everyone rather than just the playable character. So that should just print his actual attack state on the screen so we can see what state he's in, see if he gets stuck. So it says non-warming up attack. So it puts it back to none, you see. Let's make actually a save because let's stop the Spidey and dying. Entity state types. Entity state types. Wherever we give the Spidean HP, yeah, we give him a lot of HP as well. For some reason, so he did go to attacking there. Now he's stuck on attacking. So it's when he's interrupted. It's when the attack didn't fire. I think that'll be it. So where is that? Here. So this is the attack exchange didn't get changed to attack. That's why that's happening. And that's because we we got hit before we had chance to do the attack. Right then. So we need to figure out a nice way to clear this attack state then. Which probably means firing some kind of attack interrupted event, I would say. So it'd be something like, so we have to get, so we got the source combat controller, right? No, the dest combat controller. Can't do it here. What's going on? So the attack never happens, basically. The old attacker. It's confusing. So I wonder if it's if they are staggering, like they're hitting each other at the same time. So you can see that if we, but that attack did happen. We're just gonna go log line attack. Hang on. Yeah, that's fine. So we did get an attack there. So we can actually... Oh, it happens way earlier. That's weird, that, because it... Probably just need a debug break. I have to make sure... Well, he's coming in quite early. Trying to time an attack, you see. So what we'll do is we'll do... hang on a second. So this is getting fired. Maybe it's here. It's doing this. Hey, welcome back. Hellists, how's it going? Change your username. Nice one. Yeah, going alright, thank you. Just working on combat still. It's a multiple week thing, this. Turning into maybe like a 5-week thing. Doing amazing. Oh, brilliant. So I wonder if that is going on. There we go. So the attack state is none. We're about to enter a new attack state though. Right then. It's when we do it just after. Whoa. Making a lot of progress. Yeah, it's coming on actually now. We're nearly at the end of the prototyping bit. So I'm just working on combat, you know. The game you're not going to really... In the real game, you're not going to have combat with swords. But I'm just... I had a sword on this rig, so we're going to use it. But I'm working on the reaction to being hit. So the player's kind of done. He gets a little smack like that. And sometimes he can get staggered and he falls to his knees. There is a bug. If I attack at exactly the same time, or literally just after, he goes into his attacking phase, which means, unfortunately, it stops me attacking because he's already attacking. The game thinks he's already attacking. So I need to fix that. And the Spideion's kind of not quite there yet in terms of his reaction. Like, it does react, but it doesn't resume. He doesn't stay. It knocks him off being hostile, essentially. So if I attack him, he's not hostile anymore, which is wrong. Obviously, I want him to remain hostile if I'm attacking him. Yeah, we put in a cool little stagger status effect thing yesterday, which was good. We're just kind of ironing out bugs right now, I suppose. Including them staying in the attacking phase. Yeah, I hope you're alright, Tellists. Hope you're doing well. Glad you're doing amazing. So now we're about to set another attack state. Cooling down. It didn't get to the warming up bit. Oh, nice one. Yeah, keep it up. Yeah, he's getting stuck on attacking. So we want to say if state is equal to attacking or even warming up and ID is equal to 0. Debug break. I'm going to try and catch it warming up after it. This is whilst he's being hit. He shouldn't be able to warm up an attack even when he's being hit. Here we go. So he hasn't been hit yet. And then it goes to attacking. Okay, so let's have a look at the game state. Let's have a look at his animation controller. Override to routine is the hit routine. So he's in the hit routine now. So he shouldn't have even been able to allowed to warm up an attack if he's in the hit routine. And that comes from here. So we call set combat attack state. So basically we have to return out of here under certain conditions. Basically when he's being hit. So where do we send the hit routine? Here. So this happened, they set the hit routine. When we played a custom animation event, which probably came from maybe the combat controller. Or the animation controller. Combat attack. Here. So this is if the dest entity ID, we're going to play the hit routine. Now then, what we kind of need to do now is if we're being attacked, we need to disable we need to stop new attacks coming. How would we do that then? So in the combat controller, this is where we send the attack. So we need to like not just clear it, we need to like stop attacks coming in, I think. So it's already applied the hit routine. Okay, so let's just go to the rig. And it's the hero's hit routine. Here. Okay, so we play the hit routine. It's hard to actually. I mean, we have essentially played the hit routine now. Ooh, man. So we play the animation override routine. There. How do we do this? Okay, so let's just see where this comes from. So it comes from here. So this, we need to basically just not allow attacks for a while. We don't know how long for. So that's the issue there. We don't know how long we want to disable the... So we want to say basically set the attack state to be like, you can't do it. You can't attack. But not for we don't know how long for. How do we find that out? Because basically in the next couple of frames it's going to come and set the combat attack state to warming up, even though we're currently in the middle of being attacked ourselves. So basically it is going to now play this hit routine, which can return the duration of the routine. It can do that. And then we basically just have to not allow the guy to attack for that duration. You know, it's very similar to the actual status effect stagger there. It is just a stagger, isn't it? Really, that's what. Oh no, stagger is can't move. This is you can't attack. Because we could put in the stagger. We just actually disable the movement controller for a little bit for the length of the effect. Here we want to just disable attacks for the length of the routine. So that is one way to do it. I don't really want to turn the hit into a stairs effect. That just doesn't make a lot of sense. So we could do something like, we could say rather than clear, we do have to clear, and then we could do something like test CC. Pause attacking for a certain amount of time. It's just getting that amount of time. So the amount of time is on the hit routine. It's basically the length of this animation, which could be any length, you know. How long do you want a hit to last for? So we could go through the rig. That might be the best thing to do. So we could have like get hit time. You know, in the rig, so I could just ask for, it. I could it could be something like, so it'd be the Dest animation controller get hit time for this type of attack. It's this type of attack yeah, I'm going to take 2 minutes and think about it. Game engine coding. Yeah, I'll talk to you for a second first. GHST22 game engine coding. Yeah, that's right. I'm just working through a little bit of a problem. Which is where, as I'm working on combat, and particularly like what happens when you get attacked. And it works fine apart from if you attack just after you are attacked. It messes up the state a little bit, and it the engine, or the game anyway, thinks I'm being attacked. So I can just like, oh, hang on. Let's just get rid of this debug break a second. It's just ironing out bugs from the system, really. It's slight timing bugs. But yeah, if you've got any questions, no problem. I was just about to go on a 2-minute break, but I'll stay for a little bit longer. So he can attack me, no problem. And he can bite me and stuff. Then if I attack him, that's totally fine. Obviously his animations are a bit messed up because I'm not quite implemented. There you go, he's reacting there to being attacked. Not quite finished the Spidey creature. But if I attack just as he attacks, he stays in this attacking phase here, which means I can't attack because he thinks he's attacking. He's in the middle of an attack, and that's because I was interrupted in the middle of my attack. Time since last attack. Yeah, that's it. So I'm looking for getting the... So obviously like when he's hit, that animation plays for a certain amount of time, that hit animation. And I need to get that time and basically just pause attacking for a hit time. So that's kind of where I'm going with that. I just need to get the hit time. So I'm thinking like, the thing is like, for different attacks, for different creatures, you possibly want a different hit time. If it's an attack that lasts 5 seconds, like being, I don't know, electrocuted for 5 seconds. But I'm thinking like, you know, is that what I want? Or shall I just get the hit time, just measure the length of the animation and just say it's that? So I'm just thinking like, how generic do I want to go? Because I'm building out the system in general rather than just those two people attacking. In the future, when I add more NPCs into the game, I want the same system to still work. So I just need to come up with a generic enough way to get the pause length, if you know what I mean. But yeah, rather than like time since last attack, which you could also do, I'm just going to do it on the length of the animation, I think. Like the animation of him being hit, which isn't very long. It's like 1/4 of a second. You just have him not be able to attack in that time. Yeah. I'm just kind of thinking it through. So this Destay C is the animation controller. So we could ask, this is the destination animation controller. So the destination is who is being attacked. So if you are attacking someone and if you are being attacked, you can get like what is like the hit pause time or something from your animation controller, and then that can look through the actual what animations you want to play. You know, want to play when you get hit, and then it can return the length of that. Yeah. It's being attacked with the animation controller. So he's definitely being attacked. This is it. This is in the... we're responding to an attack here. It's if he's being attacked and I've already pressed the key to attacking back, what seems to happen is I get attacked and I go and get hit and play my hit animation, and then because I've already pressed the key to attack, it still tries to attack. Like, I still try to attack even though I'm being knocked back, essentially. And that's leaving it in this attacking phase. Because I can't actually do the attack because I'm being knocked back. I can't play that animation. Like, another way to do it would be to say, if I try to warm up an attack and I am being attacked, then don't do it. You know, that's another way to do it, which is kind of nice. You know, I don't think I have a list of things that are being attacked. Let me just copy this so I can read it a bit easier. Let's go down here. Is attacking is false. So if it's attacking and not is attacking, playing attack. So the thing of the animation player is playing loads of different animations, and it's a bit more complicated, unfortunately. So what I have, it's kind of similar, is I can detect here. I can detect that he is in a routine of being hit, which means basically he's playing the hit animations, and I can just say return. You know, that's another way to do it. Yeah, I try cut. Yeah. Yeah, so the detecting the actual hit is right here. So this is the actual hit happening. So you clear the combat state. So what I was doing before was just clearing the combat attack state for the person being attacked, which I just said, if you are attacking right now, you need to stop attacking because you're being attacked. The problem is just after you might press the attack key. And I could set a boolean saying you're being attacked, but then how do I unset that boolean? You know, I need the time. I need a time, like a reaction time, knockback time. So that's yeah. If it's attacking, elementary is playing attacking is false. Yeah, so is attacking in this state is already false because I'm about to attack. So I've been hit and I'm about to attack, essentially. But yeah. Like, it would be nice just to be able to go, if is being attacked. return. So we could do something like that. Don't want to set the attack level there either. So how do I tell that I'm being attacked? You could put like, we could have an array of people attacking me. Then it's like, how do you clear that array after the attack has happened? You could look in their combat controller and look for the attack targets, couldn't you? To clear that array. So I could basically say, I could record who is attacking me. And then this being attacked is just like, is there anything in the list of people attacking me? And then to clean up that list later on, I would have to look at all of the attackers, and then we'd have to maintain a list, like a list of who are they are attacking, which we currently don't have either. Yeah, exactly. Just figuring out the best way to really do it, really. It'd be nice not to touch the animation controller stuff. Because of course you could get attacked by two things at the same time. In which case you would need to pick the greatest of the cooldowns. Like the hit cooldowns. I don't know. See, another thing I've thought of, kind of called dot clear. It's when though, because attacks, the attack happens over time. Like I could say, I could clear it a second later, for instance. But then some attacks might take like, imagine you're playing, it's like a Final Fantasy summon. Those can take like 30 seconds. Oh, thanks for the follow. Oh, that met my follower goal as well. 90. Thank you. Yeah. So I need to figure out, so I could look at the attackers and see who they are attacking. Currently I don't actually hold a list of who is being attacked, who they are attacking, but I could build that. That might be useful in the future as well. Maybe be fairly straightforward to see who they are attacking, because here I could just basically add them into a list. I could say like source combat controller, add attack target, test combat controller get ID, and then dest combat controller add add attack. What do you say that? So it'd be add attack destination, add attack source, get ID, something like that. Could do that. And then obviously to clear this, so this is the person doing the attack. You would need to wait until your attack was finished, basically, which we could detect. Yeah. Like I could create a class for it. That wouldn't be a problem. Anyway, I'm just going to take 2 minutes because I just need to go to use the loo. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright. So we could do this type of thing. And that would mean we need to work out when to clear these or remove these. So we'll build up like a list here, build up an array of who we are attacking and who is being attacked. Who we are attacking, who is attacking us. It should be straightforward. So let's just try that. So we want an array of U64 attack sources, an array of U64 attack dests, like that. And then what do we have? Add attack source, add attack dest. So add attack source size T, add attack dest. And all these really do is just make sure we add them into this list. So return attack sources, add unique ID, return attack dests, add unique ID. Okay, so now we need to listen for a combat attack. What do we call it? An attack state change. And when it goes to cooling down, which is here, okay, so we'll just put a breakpoint there, right? And we'll just see what those lists look like in the game. So is being attacked, we can also implement. That's fairly straightforward. Bool is being attacked. And that's just whether the sources, attack sources, has a number. Okay, count. It's greater than 0, right? That's his being attacked. That means that like there's a source of an attack. There is at least one source of attack. Now we just need to worry about how we empty these lists out. That's kind of the more difficult bit. Hang on, what's going on here? I think that's right. So basically, when any attack cools down, so we've got an entity ID. Okay, yeah. When any attack cools down, we need to. So this cooling down will be for the attacker. Will receive this event. We need to clear out these lists. So this breakpoint will fire an ID, will be the attacker. That'll be the person doing the attack. So we can basically say, well, who were we attacking? Let's remove our list, ourselves from those lists, and then we'll remove. Then we'll just clear we'll just empty our list of attackers or attack destinations. Okay, so we'll just be attacked. We'll ourselves be attacked. Right then, so let's have a look at this list, these lists. So what do we need? We need get game state. Can't do it, can't do that. Get game state is undefined. Okay, well, let's go. Let's do this. So we get the combat controller out. We'll have a look at the combat controller. It should have a list of who we've attacked in it, basically. That's what I'm thinking. So the attack destination is 0. 0 is the hero. So when does cooling down happen as well? Does it happen straight after the attack? Now cooling down, doesn't it? Happens after the animation. So that's probably no good, really. We will still keep these lists because they will be useful. So for auto dest in dest ID in CC dest attack target. What it's called? What are they called? Attack dests. So dests combat controller equals get game state, get combat controller dest ID. This is the source combat controller. We just do dest cc dot source attack dot value remove dest ID like that, and then we do source attack targets attack dests attack dests empty. Let's just check that. I mean, that is useful. So we do have a list of who we're attacking and who's attacking us now. There we go. Doesn't solve the original problem though. So I'm just wondering why it's taking so long to go to cooldown. And now we can't attack at all. Oops. Okay, so it never got to cooling down either because it got interrupted. So I think that it's probably a no-go. I would say. For now. Okay, so my other idea was we do generalize this, and we have that will create a list of basically of routines that are hits. That's what this would do. And then in the combat controller, we could look and we could see if look in the animation controller and see if there's a routine and the type of it is in the hit list. And that is another way to see if we're being hit. That is a nice way to see if we're being hit. You know, we could do something like using animation hit routines and we can put in the 2 hit routines, right? That one. That one. Maybe even the stagger routines as well. Right? And then we can have an animation hit routine reference. Get animation hit routines. A static animation hit routines. Spell that wrong. Ooh. Animation hit routines. Return the G animation hit routines. Like this. See how that builds. And then the animation controller, we can have bool has or is playing put it over there. is playing animation hit routine, right? So that's to say if override routine, say for each type, get animation hit routines. Right. We want to say using T equals standard decay T of decal type of X. And then we want to go if override routine is type T, we have our result, right? Say result equals true. And just turn the result. All right. So this is override routine storages type. And then what we can do now in the combat controller is we can say if auto AC equals get game state, get animation controller, right, for this combat controller, and say if AC is playing animation hit routine, return, meaning that we're being hit. Let's see if that fixes the problem. That could do it. So we probably will generalize this out a little bit further, like the animation hit routine. So I thought of this idea because in the rigs we could generalize this, but we'll need two lists there. We'd need the hit routines and the stagger routines. So you'd say is playing hit routine or is playing stagger routine, but we'll just try this first, see if it works. So I'm going to put a breakpoint there, and I'm going to see if this fires at the same place where it used to get stuck on attacking. Yes, it does. So it doesn't actually set it to warming up. So let's just... There we go. That's it. I think I sorted it. Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant. So we might have separate hit routines and stagger routines. So using animation stagger routines. Which is just this one for now. then the animation controller has or is playing animation stagger routine. Which is the same as this. Animation stagger routines. And then the combat controller, say if it's playing a hit routine or it's playing a stagger routine, let me do that. Or anything else that needs to interrupt the combat will go there. Quite like that. Doesn't involve anything to do with times or anything. You don't have to time anything. I'll check that in. So that fixes that bug. So now we need to go back to attacking the Spidey because that isn't working properly. I mean, it's not finished. So it's the hit routine of the Spidey. Spidey and hit routine. So it's this idea that we need to be able to tell that the Spidey is in combat. And that's just testing if it's got a hostile level, I think. So the combat routine. Yeah, just test if it's hostile. So we need to go. We want the animation controller and the combat controller. CC. Hang on, we've stopped. Telesense has stopped. Check that we've not got any errors. Okay. If CC, come on, IntelliSense, you can do it. Okay, completely crashed. Let me just restart Visual Studio. Maybe it's because we were debugging. Should be fine. If CC, no, it's just gone on it. Yeah, so we can tell if the Spidey is in combat by looking at its hostile level. Alright. Okay, see if I have IntelliSense back now. Probably needed a good restart. I haven't started it for about 2 weeks, so. There we go. So if the combat state is equal to hostile level 0 or combat state is equal to hostile level 1. That means we're hostile. We do AC. Play animation override. No, overwrite this with the Spidey combat routine. That'll keep him hostile, that will. So as long as we attack him, he should stay hostile. Which he does. It does look a bit weird when his animation is... Okay, we need to actually look at what hostile state is. Combat state, I think that's called. What combat state is as well. And then I might get another cup of coffee. Why not, eh? Why not? So it puts him back to hostile level 0. By the looks of it. Just stay at hostile level 1, ideally. Don't have an on enter for the Spideyans combat routine. So I wonder if the actual hit there is changing his hostile level. The Clear combat attack state. Clear combat state. It's gonna keep chasing after me. Calm down. Very hard to debug this. There we go. Right. Okay. So it's hostile level 1, right? Attack state is none. Attack state is none. The combat state, though, is hostile level 1. So I want to break the value changes for that. Set combat state to hostile level 0. That's come from the tree itself. So it's the tree that's setting it back. Oh, stop. I've done here. That hit animation is something always seem to be playing. Let's never nullify this hit handle. So we remain in this routine. That means he won't ever go back to attacking us. So why is he playing the... So it does look weird, doesn't it, that? He's sometimes playing the two idle alert animation. Okay, so this is somehow getting out of this hit routine. Basic combat state change. So it's because it is going to a different combat state. It's this tree that's driving that, I think. So who's setting the hostile level to 0? There. That must be executing. If you're in hostile 1, if I attack, he runs through, he can't do any attack. By the looks of it. So it's like he's going down here and failing on the NPC find cover. That's what's happening. Yes, he can't do any attack. Oh, we're stuck there, look. Can't find cover. He's stuck on this node. Do you need to put a timeout for pathfinding? So what's it doing? It's just basically stuck in a star. Okay. Alright, so what's happening is the tree is coming and overriding my override routine. The behavior tree. So in the behavior types, attack on enter. We set the combat state to warming up, then we push a ready state for attacking. Where do we actually... So it's the set combat state, isn't it? Execute combat state change. So we need to get in front of this and not allow that to happen, I believe. So if we cancel this, so this push ready state event returns a ready state event, and we have on cancel. So we need to do auto event equals that. We need to do event on cancel. Is that optional? Yeah. So if event on cancel add, what does this look like? It returns a make ready cancel. Where else do we do an event? So we can just capture this, that's fine. Vossi, hey, how's it going? Don't really need to know the name of it. We just need to set the behavior state to be failed here. So this is E behavior state. So not serialized E behavior state. Behavior state. Oh, nice one. Power cut. Crazy. Return running behavior state. That's there. Else return fail behavior state. I'm just going to say behavior state is equal to fail. Like that. And then this is fail behavior state. Return success behavior state. Else we just return the behavior state, which could get set if this execute state change fails for any reason, because we're about to fail it. We can't execute a state change if we are under attack. Oh man, it's been a pretty crazy coding session. Kind of happens when you get to the end of a system sometimes, where you just find little loose ends. Alright, let's just build. Let's see if this builds. Does not. Doesn't know about eBehavior state. That's fine. Should know about eBehavior state because it's right there. So unless it's forward declared. It's probably forward declared already. How long was your power off for in Vossi? Okay. So we cannot execute a behavior state change if we are hostile already. If we are being hit or being staggered, that's what we need to implement next. But first we need to see what caused this problem. Okay, this is probably, we need to rebuild the brains, I think. Change the layout. It's maybe that what it is. Alright. Look at that, it's a proper good knockdown, that. Ugh. If I'm in the middle of an attack. It like cancels it properly. That's really good. Okay. So, let's put this. Is anybody listening for this? In a make ready context, the rig is so we could do it on the rig. The combat controller is as well. That's on the execute. We could do it on the rig, or we could do it on the combat controller, couldn't we? Could have a make ready for it. So it would be here. If auto data equals e data, try and wrap. Execute NPC combat state change. I'm going to say if auto AC equals get game state, get animation controller for the ID. AC is playing the hit routine, or AC is playing the stagger routine, we have to do e.cancel. We're saying basically don't fire that event. That's what we're saying. So let's just put a breakpoint here and see if it happens. We're not allowing the combat state to change for Spidian if he's being hit. The changes doesn't seem to be working that. So he's playing his attack routine. There. Must be because the tree... We're not getting any cancels at all there. So he's playing his attack routine. So we probably could do an attack routine version of this as well. Oh, it's not attack routine. Try that again. He's in the combat routine right now. Could say if he is in a combat routine, we can't change his state. Which I don't know if it's actually what we want to do. Looks kind of naff. That's kind of rubbish. So who's what? How is he changing back? It's fire the tree, isn't it? So it's fairly difficult to. None of them attacks are working, and he can't find cover. So I wonder if I want to put a condition on here that he's got hostile level, not hostile level 1. We could do. What is it? NPC has combat state. Radiant, hostile level 1. So it's not hostile level 1, it can go in there. That's properly broken him. Don't think we can have that in there then. So it's failing and it's going to find cover, and that's failing, I think. So it's going down here. This needs to kind of continue to run. So these attacks, NPC attack. We just get the animation controller. Get game state dot get animation controller. Then we need to say if AC is playing hit routine or AC is playing the stagger routine. Return running. Behavior state. Behavior state is equal running. So it'll just run it. It'll keep running it if we're in a stagger routine. Brain dot entity ID, I think it is. That could be just NPC, look. Now he's just given up. So now it's playing a combat attack. No, that's the event data, sorry. The override routine is the hit routine. It's constantly playing. That's what we have. We have it constantly playing. his spike goes smaller. Need to fix that. But so we're hitting him now. So if we go to the animation routine, that's because we're not actually clearing this out. So let's just see. We should just hit him, and he should just stop, which is I think what he did. There we go. So if we clear the handle, if we continue to clear the handle now, there we go. It seems to be doing it quite good now. Ugh. There we go. So he's properly being hit all the time now. Ugh. Yeah. I think I'm happy with that. I think I am happy with that. All right. So we need to do the stagger routine for him. If we can stagger him at all. We won't put a stagger routine in for him. There's no point. We've done it for the hero guy. There's no point doing it for the... This is really just a proof of concept thing. So the Spidey on attack level 1 can now have a 50% chance of staggering us. Attack level 1's where he brings his law down. Am I being staggered? Am I ever being staggered here? Oh, there you go. I got staggered there. And there. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to move on now. To animated rig types. It was basically generalizing this, because this is going to be the same. This section of code is probably going to be the same apart from the types of routine. So this would be better in the actual animation controller. I'm going to take 2 minutes, make up a coffee, and we'll get on with that. Awesome. All right. How do we want to do this? So if we look at the on animation events, they're both the same really. For the Spidey and the hero. Apart from that. Or we do want to keep them different. What we could do is see on the Hero Pro rig, if we include the animation routines, check we can actually build doing that. That's fine. It's fine. We can actually say using hit routine is that, or the stagger routine. And then we can say using hit routine equals Hero Pro hit routine, like that. And then we can do stagger routine. And the hit routine. And all of a sudden, they're not actually linked to Hero Pro anymore. Which means that this could maybe go in the animation controller now. We'll put this down here. And this is apply combat status effect instance. So this could in theory go here instead. So rather than send custom animation event, where are we now? In the animation controller itself. We want to go through all of the rig types. We do need the animation controller of the owner ID. doing? What's gone wrong here? That needs to go there. That needs to go away. Okay. So we say using T equals standard decay type of X. And then we're going to go if AC get rig type get animated rig type is equal to x.type so this is auto prefab. If prefab if auto stagger equals prefab data try and wrap status effect stagger what's the problem here? Undefined type status effect prefab storage. As an attribute controller. We need to include the attribute controller. Still doesn't like that. Did we actually include the right thing there? Attribute controller. Does that have the storage in it? It doesn't. That's it. Combat stats controller. That's the wrong one. Okay, that builds. So if there's a stagger, right? We need to go AC, play animation override routine, T, stagger routine. Stagger T. Okay. So stagger routine is not a member of Spidey rig because it doesn't have one. So we need to do some kind of concept to So I'll get rid of that for now. To block out what this would be. So it'd be something like template type name, a concept, rig type has stagger routine, because requires T float stagger T, and it's T stagger routine stagger T. Don't quite know how to do a concept for using it's not really a function though, is it? I must do it somewhere. Oh, there we go, look. Simple as that, I think. Is that it? Is that all it is? It's this. Not quite that. There we go. That seems to be compiling now. So we can say if constexpr rig type has stagger routine, there we go, look at that. And then animated rig types again for the hit. For the combat attack. If AC get rig type is equal, I'm not doing it there, x dot type So for the destination entity, yeah, so this is now AC play animation override routine. AC play animation override routine. T hit routine. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. E dot, and then we want where you attack, the dest attachment name. Yeah, got that sorted. I got that sorted. I'll show you how I did it actually if you want. It's kind of a nice solution. Let's just get rid of these. So on the combat controller, right? I put this check in. Is that right? No. Where is it? Tax state. This check in here. So I basically said, get the animation controller, and if they're playing a hit routine or they're playing a stagger routine, so an animation routine is basically like a bunch of animations and state and stuff. Think about it conceptually as just like an animation. So if it's being hit or it's being staggered, we don't allow it to set the combat state to attacking. And the way that I figure out that is I implemented these two lists here. So these are all the hit routines in the game. There's only two because there's only two NPCs at the moment. And these are the stagger routines as types, right? And then I store the actual routines in this thing called hybrid storage. So this is how I was doing it before anyway. And this is like kind of like standard function really. Kind of. It's like it removes the type. So I just go through all of the stagger routines and I just say if the thing in the storage is this type of routine, then we're in a stagger routine. And the same for the hit routines. So basically what that means is I can just say if the animation controller is just playing a hit routine, then we can't do it. See, I like this because we don't have to worry about times, like time. How long did it take for the hit routine and all that? We're just checking the type. We're just checking what routine it is playing, which is a bit better. And obviously once it stops playing the hit routine, the hit routine storage gets emptied. So it's a nice solution, I think. It's quite simple in the end. Yeah, it's just checking a bunch of, it's just basically checking two integers. It's checking that because the types are just integers in the engine. Or are just basically condensed to integers in that state where you're checking. So what is it? Playing hit routine there. So this is type here. So it's just looping through the types. And this type here. That's not right. Is we're right in the depths of the engine now, is just, it's just comparing two numbers together. So it's really fast. So it's just two integers, like, or, you know, however many stagger routines we're going to have in the game eventually. Say there's 20, it needs to compare 20 integers. Yeah, it's better than checking times. Yeah, it's nice, and it's completely generic. So basically all I have to do when I add another stagger routine in, put it in this list and it'll just work. No, it'll just work. It'll just check it against the other things in this list. Or the hits. Or we could, you know, we could have the actual combats in a separate list as well, and we'll be able to check. If we ever needed to check if an NPC was in combat, we could just see if it's got a combat routine on it, which is actually really quite nice. And we want rig type. So what I'm doing now is just generalizing out these stagger and hit routines even more, because what I want to do, I've got these rig type classes here, and I can just say, like, look, this is your hit routine and this is your stagger routine. So if I say, like, add a dragon or something, I'll have another class which is specific to the dragon, and I can say that, look, this is the hit routine you use for the dragon, and this is the combat stagger routine you use. So I'm just doing that. I'm trying to, like, condense the system down so that when I add new NPCs, I don't have to really do much to get all this functionality for combat and stuff. Am I going to implement combos? Yeah, interesting question. Maybe, yeah. I don't want to go too... The game's really meant to be a casual game, so I don't want to go too difficult on the combat. But I might chain attacks and stuff. Yeah, that might be a nice thing to do. As long as it, you know, the game's primarily going to be about gardening. Really. It's about, so you're on a space station, basically. It's far future game on a space station, and it's an enormous space station, and you're the gardener. So you're looking after the gardens on the space station, you know, like in the crew quarters and stuff. And then occasionally you go down to planets, and that's where the enemies are, because you have to go down and get seeds and get resources like iron ore for crafting, so you can solve quests and stuff. So then there might be some enemies down there. So that's what I'm doing at the moment, that bit. But yeah, combo would probably be... It'd be kind of straightforward, hopefully. It would basically mean I'm authoring another combat routine that was like a combo routine. And all the animation routines I see is they just control the animation state, so you'll be able to play multiple animations one after the other in different orders and stuff like that using the routine. But yeah, we might do that. It might be interesting to implement. I've implemented combat before, but I've never implemented combos in combat before. Sequencer. Yeah, I could. There's a bunch of cool ways. Yeah, it might be interesting, maybe. So we want to do this. If it has a hit routine. And then all I've got to do now on the rig there is put a hit routine in for the Spidey rig, which is called Spidey and hit routine, I think. And it will use that routine as the hit routine. So we can do it here as well. The combat routine and the death routine. These are all rig specific stuff. So basically that means that gets to go away. And in the Spidean one, just hang on a second. I'm deleting the right stuff. On animation event. That gets to go away as well. Made a list of combos for your MMO game. Oh, brilliant. So you're making a game as well. Nice one. Have you got anything you can share? I'll have a look at it. Yeah, nice one. So I might do this for the combat routine as well. And the death routine. Yeah, Lazy Ben Games is my Discord. You can add me on that. It's just the same as my handle here. Mainly been deving FPS boom shooters. Oh, nice one. So what are you using another engine for that? Have a Git as well. Oh, cool. Yeah, let's have a look. I'll have a look at your Git if you want. Don't mind. Yeah, it'd be good. Custom made. Yeah, brill. That's awesome. So let's see if this still works. We're able to pull out all of this code, which is really awesome. Do you have a link to your Git on your profile here? T hit routine T. Is that allowed? I'll put one of them in. Doesn't seem to mind that. Go with that then. Requires T. So the hit routine's not a float actually. The hit routine is a W. What even is it? It's a W. It's a const string view reference attachment name. And that's attachment name. This is a float T. T stagger routine T. Awesome. Whoa. Let's see if this builds. Nope, don't like it. Hit root, spell it wrong. Hit routine. Okay then. Now let's see if this works. Okay, so now we can probably, if this works, we will do this probably for different types of routines. This would be cool. It means writing less code. Yeah, we just list the different types of routines that I can have. So I have like a combat routine and a death routine. Yeah. Gisty22, I'd be like interested to have a look at your stuff. If you're still there. Let's see if this works now. We could probably just see if we can put a breakpoint there, because yeah, we can. So it has compiled in some code to do with these routines there and there. So let's see if this works now. Just want to see if I get hit properly. There we go. Ugh. And he gets hit as well. Look at that for a knockback. Awesome. Grand. That's mint. I feel like the system's kind of starting to come together now. Combat is a blooming big system for right. I mean, I knew it was gonna be before I started, but it is. It's by far the biggest gameplay system I've written in this engine, or in this game so far. Okay, so we want a combat routine. So if we go to animation routines, Hero Pro combat routine. So where do we set that? Play animation override routine, Hero Pro combat. So it's here. If it's in combat, we play the Pro combat routine. So this is like if we're the playable character, isn't it? If we're in combat, if new state is in combat. How does the Spidean get into combat? Listening to the hostile levels. So for this to be for this to work the same way, we would need to make the player hostile. Set the combat state on the player, which we currently don't do, because I think it just remains none even when I'm in the middle of a fight. So the first one is the combat state. So he's on hostile level 1 now. I'm just on none. So we go to game.cpp, and on the input stuff. So when we draw the sword, how does this work? Draw sheath a weapon. It sends the event draw sheath weapon, right? And we listen to that here. So this for the playable character, we need to get the combat controller, get game state dot get combat controller e.owner_id, and just do cc set combat state to hostile 1. If we're going back to normal, we just set it to none. So that means when I draw my sword, the player just becomes hostile immediately. Because that means we can now test it to see if we want to set the combat routine. So if I do that, he's a hostile level 1 now. Now he's back to none. That's what I want. Okay, so where does the Spideans combat routine get triggered again? Play animation override routine. It's here. Execute combat state change. So let's just see if we get a combat state change now when we draw our sword. No. It's an NPC combat state change. So it should, that just contour, it's just combat state changed as opposed to what was the other one. NPC combat state change. Okay, so what's the difference? This is a make ready event anyway. So this, where does this come from? The graph. Alright, so this means that actually, where was it? Where was it? La, 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 la. It's the draw sheath weapon thing. Here it is. Rather than setting it directly, you've got to push. To E combat state hostile 1 E.owner ID. NPC is undefined. So he's saying what's this second, the trigger and the NPC and the trigger NPC. So who has actually made him? Okay, so this is E.owner ID twice. We do actually need the combat controller for this. And then this basically on an execute now. If EVT on execute to add. Don't need to add anything, to be honest. What does on execute send to us? This. We need to do this. So we're going to say you'll push the ready state, trying to get to hostile level 1. If we can, which is what this on execute does, we'll set it to being in combat. This, unfortunately, has to static cast to EMP-CID. So the ready state events here are like, we're about to fire an event, get ready, and everyone can get ready. Like all of the anything that cares about, say, the combat state change can prepare for a combat state change, and that can happen over time. So this event will then get, when everybody is prepared, this event get executed, and then when the event get executed, we can say they're in combat. So this allows like things like us to set up things like play cutscenes, or do animations on players, or play music, or whatever we want. Anything can get in the way of this. And then we just need to do the same again, but we're setting it to normal even. Check we did that right. It is normal. We're setting it to none there. And then that needs to send the gameplay event state changed as well. If our gameplay state is not equal to game state, gameplay state. Do that. All right. We can just pass E, I think. It's fine. Where do we want to pass E? There. And there. Code's a little bit mental. It's a little bit of a mouthful, this code, unfortunately. Only because it's repeated twice. So we should be looking for the same kind of... So it's the same, really. Awesome. Right then, so the next thing I was going to work on was... So now we're pushing a ready event for the now we're pushing a ready event to hostile. We can jump in here now, and so this is so here we're pushing the ready state events, saying we're about to become hostile. Do you need to do anything? And this is where we're saying, oh yeah, look, we do need to do something. We need to play the combat routine for the Spidean at the moment, but eventually it'll be for anything. NPC combat state change. Yeah. So now we should, when we press R, get an event here now. R to draw out our sword, even though it's on the Spidean. Yeah. So we're setting it to hostile level 1. Which means we need to set the combat routine. So we need to know what combat routine. We need to know about the combat routine, basically. So what I'm going to do is rig types. I'm going to say using combat routine equals hero pro combat routine. Put it first. Then here, this is the Spidean combat routine. Like this. And then in the animation controller now, we want rig type has combat routine. There's no arguments though. And then when we're listening for the make ready, we can say if auto data equals e.data.try unwrap execute NPC combat state change. And it's basically just this code. Except this now is so using T equals standard decay T decal type of. Oh no, it's not quite this. It's not quite this. We have to go through the rigs, so it's for each type, animated rig types. Using T standard decay T decal type of X. And then we're going to say if const expr rig type has combat routine, and this is T combat routine. There. All right. And that is data. A reference to the data. Don't need to actually forward through this, I don't think. Interesting in there that we're getting a duration and delaying by it. Okay. This is x.type. I'm not entirely sure why we would do that. I suppose it's just to kind of like prepare us. I think it's probably because it raises its spike. Maybe. We'll keep it the same anyway for now. So play animation override routine will just return 0 if there's no duration. So it allows us just to delay the change of state. Okay, so we don't even need this anymore. We don't need, hang on, probably can't see there. We don't need this anymore. And we don't need this anymore. So the way I can test it for the hero is as long as I can do this, he's in his combat routine. And as long as he attacks me, I'm in my combat routine. He's in his combat routine. So we're both in our combat routines. Yeah, that works. That brill. So the Spiding rig doesn't even need initialize anymore. Depends if we actually have to define initialize. Okay, so now the last one to do is the death routine. Which we only have on the player at the moment, on the Hero Pro. We don't have a death routine for the Spidey, and we don't know how it dies. We'll have to do an animation for its death. So I've got 5 minutes, or 5 or 10 minutes. So I'll do this. We'll do this. So we're just listening for G event death. So on the rig type now, we just basically need to say using death routine, because the hero death routine. So is anyone else listening for death? No. So we can do that straight up on the animation controller. So we are sending we are sending on execute death. We are sending an animation event, custom animation event for executing death. So we'll just do the hit. Well, we'll just copy this in here. So its rig type has death routine. Let's see, play animation over routines, death routine. Interesting on these, they have this execute death thing, which sends an animation event. So sending I'm not quite sure what's happening there. Death's a bit more complicated because it happens over... So it's a several step thing. I don't know if you want to be listening for the execute. So we've got make ready. And then make ready execute. Who sends the actual death event though? The HP is 0, we send a death event. Which basically just gonna play death. Who sends the make ready event for execute death? Okay, well I think what we're gonna have to do is just see what happens. We don't want loads of HP anymore. Where do we do that? Entity state types. Hero on spawn. So we want to give the hero... How much HP are we giving the hero at the moment? A lot. We're just going to give the hero 10 HP. 10 out of 100. So one hit deaths basically. So this plays the death animation routine, right? Okay, yeah, this pushes the execute death. So execute death is to do with actually firing up the UI, displaying the red screen. We want the guy to die straight away. It's a different thing. As long as he dies, as long as the guy, so the hero's death animation is just to drop to a crouch. So as long as he drops to a crouch, this works. And then we just basically have to author a death routine for the Stygian rig, and then add it there, add it here, and then we'd know it will fire this routine on death. It's nice now because we can just specify what routines to use in what situation here in the actual rig structure. So it should be a one-hit kill in theory. And if he drops to his knees, or he drops to a crouch, it's worked. And then I'll have to go and pick up my kid from school. That was a good coding session. We've actually simplified the combat a lot. Although it doesn't appear like it has. Or we have. It's a lot simpler now to add in new NPCs. There we go. You died. Right then. Let's have one proper fight where we have 100 HP each. And we'll just see how it works. So we're looking for things like, what we've been working on today is just the reaction to being hit. Playing different animations Playing a different animation if you be hit. The hero should stagger sometimes. The Spidey should not jump about his animations as much. There we go. We got it. So it definitely always plays. Oh man, it's hard. It's hard. Dead already. Cool. All right. Right, I'm gonna head off. I'm back tomorrow about 9:30 in the morning for another full day of coding, hopefully, unless anything comes up. So yeah, awesome stream. See you later.